Did I ping Discord? I probably didn't. I have a feeling I did not. I did not. Day 19, which is technically like not day 19 because this is like a pre-existing prototype, but day 19. Bring it up for day 19. But yeah, I'm a very, I like the independence. I like working with other people. I like working with animators is great. Working with musicians is great because like music is a whole world of its own that I like. I would love to learn, but it is so difficult for me to get into. It's almost like going into a completely new skill. It's not like 3D or photoshopping or whatever. It's like a whole new avenue of like scary shit. Yeah, it's scary. Did I see the Affinity stuff? I did. They combined all of their stuff into one software and made it all free, besides their AI stuff. I don't know how I feel about that, though. You know, I do think about, like, how is the company going to maintain that? You know, that's something I do think about that. Some people might not think about that, but it's like, if you are using a software that, you know, you hope gets maintained, how the hell are they going to keep maintaining it? And I don't know if, apparently the AI suite is only $120 a year. That means it's only $10 a month. Yeah. You try to access the player's viewport in the first frame to calculate positioning. May not have populated the viewport information for gameplay yet. It's usually when you spin up pi and it's retained between level travel. If you try to access the player's viewport in the first frame to calculate positioning, it may not have populated the viewport information from gameplay yet. Is that something that you came across, Yaw, while trying to solve something? Also, needing an account for it kind of ensures you won't always have access to it. Yeah, it's a little bit, like, I'm going to be honest, man. I just don't. If the Affinity Photo stuff is the same in their new suite, I honestly, I'm probably just going to end up getting Photoshop again, to be honest. I just did not like using Affinity. It just, for me, I don't like it. You can like it, that's fine, you know, but... Apparently you can run your code too fast in Blueprint. That's why you got to add a frame delay. Delay with 0 seconds, which now in UE5 they just have delay until next frame or some shit. What is it? Delay until next frame? What is it? Delay until next tick, which I'm pretty sure is literally just this. Pretty sure is literally the same thing. Pretty sure it's the exact same thing. I just got Photoshop again. They got me. I'm still pissed off that I did not know that Photoshop price increase was occurring, and I canceled my like annual subscription earlier, and I could have kept it and kept the exact same pricing. I don't know for how long. I don't know if it would have just kept going for that price forever. And now I have to pay like $10 plus per month. Like, it fucking sucks. Really. And I tried to contact support, and support was the most fucking worthless piece of shit. It might as well be AI generated, honestly. It was so bad. It was like the worst. There was definitely... I feel like there was a language barrier because I was pretty clear about like what I wanted and what I was requesting. And yeah. And then at the end of the chat, it's like, would you like to take part in our Adobe Acrobat blah, blah, blah bullshit? We can add it to your plan. I'm like, no, fuck off. Classic. Would have been only 3 months. I don't know. It said like it would have been an annual thing, but it probably only would have been like for that 1 year, and then they probably would have adjusted it. Then I probably would have been paying more. Yeah, but I don't know. I just don't like Affinity. I don't know, doing something completely free, if it's not like open source or something, there's a catch. There's got to be something there, especially when it comes to like making an account and stuff like that. There's some sort of like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. Or flick? Yeah, I'm probably just going to go back to Photoshop whenever I need it again. Which I probably will need soon when I start doing YouTube thumbnails and all that kind of stuff again. I'm probably going to need it. Probably will. Yep, probably will. What do we got here? Enemy token system. Great. Okay. Okay, so yesterday we were fucking around with EQS. Yes, EQS. And we were doing it as a circle. We were trying to get that to work in here. The thing is, so I need this to be an answer. It's still kind of lost upon me. I know EQS is done asynchronously. But my question is, can I maybe run the EQS on the player character instead, and then all of the enemies pick spots on that EQS? Because I'm going to have to run EQS every time we move a substantial amount of distance. And so that means these move to operations are going to have to be modified for that enemy. And I don't know if EQS is done in such a way where it only runs once for all of the enemies. I don't know. I haven't found any information about that. If it runs once and then all of the enemies just kind of read from the similar thing, read from the same points, I have no idea because I can't find anything on that information. But you can imagine as you get more and more enemies, you're running the same EQS query for every single instance when the player is moving around, which the player will be moving around quite often, a lot more than Kratos would, because they can wall run, they can run faster, that kind of shit. Yeah, I'm thinking we would instead run the EQS query on the player character and then figure out, you know, enemies would determine moving along those points. I think that's what I'm leaning towards. Now, how easy that'll be to make, I have no idea, because in that GDC talk for God of War, it took them 1 year to get all of that stuff going. Yeah. Yep. That's pretty gnarly. Yeah. Have I heard the news about Affinity? I have. We were just talking about it a moment ago. So yeah, EQS. It depends if they have to build up the tooling and other stuff that the designers may have been playing with. Yeah, it's possible, for sure. And I'm sure that 1 year took them a lot of, you know, discovery and playing around with different concepts and whatnot. That's another element as well. For us, we don't have to build necessarily the tooling. It's more so about the design of it. And I'm sure we'll have to still program some stuff, especially if we end up doing a structure where, well, we'll have two different EQSs technically. We'll have an EQS for enemies in front of us. And then we'll have an EQS for enemies that are non-aggro, that are still know that we're here, but they're not aggressive in the sense that they're not like preparing to go in for an attack. What is EQS behavior tree on crack? It is alongside. It is not a replacement for behavior tree. It is something that you go alongside it. It's a query system. It can generate points, and then you can determine spots within those points that an enemy might want to move to, or maybe you might want to spawn things. I'm sure you could use EQS for other things that are non-AI as well. So I can, let me, let's do this. Set timer by function name. Run EQS query every second looping. Like that one talk you sent me about how Naughty Dog did their AI in Uncharted. I don't remember what I sent you, but maybe. You could also combine PCG with EQS since PCG is a more mature version of EQS. Can you use, I don't think you could use PCG for AI, right? But yes, you would probably want to use PCG for environmental stuff rather than using EQS for that sort of thing. PCG has similar concepts as EQS in terms of like generating points on the environment and whatnot. They kind of do things in a similar sense, but they're, I think, different use cases. What is a wrapper class? EQS query instance class. UE5 EQS query instance. I'm gonna search this shit up and no one's gonna fucking have any answers for this. I don't know. Smart objects use the player as the center spawn random and an attack radius and let their AI choose a slot. I'm not sure how to use smart objects, but I'm sure there's many ways of going about doing it. How many push-ups have I done today? Well, I just started, man. Please. Please. Okay, let's see if it actually runs it. Okay. Okay, bad news. It's not running it. Yeah, hold on. Oh, God. I had my overnight oats, man. I don't want to eat them again. We did it for our projects. Level designers could make cool scenarios without any AI scripting. Since PCG helped place down the points for us, we just dumped them all into a blackboard. Okay, hold on. Maybe I need to put a wrapper class into this, and then let's put the querier again. Why is run EQS query not running? I am concerned. I'm concerned that we cannot run an EQS query from the player character. Yeah. 'Cause, 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 Um, oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Okay, now it's running. What's crazy is that we have to call this shit constantly. Yeah, we're gonna have to call that way more often than every second, which is a little concerning. It's a little concerning that we're gonna have to call that so often. And now it's not calling it anymore. Dude, I'm confused. I changed one thing in the timer and suddenly it's no longer working. It's so confusing. Is by setting 0.2, is that too fast? Therefore, it's like not running it anymore? Is this not being run? Is there something... I wonder if naming it that, which is the exact name of the function, is fucking it up. Which source control am I using? I'm using Perforce, yeah. Good old Perforce. Sonny paid me $100 to call you a bitch. What the hell? He's got that kind of money? You could have gifted that to me, and then I could have called you a bitch. What the hell? Could use EQS or PCG to provide us our points, and then the AI only refers to the Blackboard's points. Gives us the layers of separation because we could also script it with sequencer and stuff like that. Ah, very interesting. I don't even use Blackboard anymore. So how is it that this is magically no longer working anymore? I don't know what's going on. And now it's no longer running. Hold on, let me... Is this timer broken? No. Is... No way. What if you can't run EQS this often? No, that's not right. What the hell's wrong with this fucking thing, man? This doesn't make any sense. I'm getting pissed off. Okay. UE5 run EQS query on player character. Um, dude, I don't know. I hate this like lack of information on. Try calling it with a delay. We could start it with delay, sure. Nothing. It randomly worked one time, and now it's no longer working. Suddenly, it's like no longer working at all. I don't know why. Let's try just querier, maybe. Maybe it's the trace mode? Yeah, let's try without the wrapper, I guess. Everything empty. It should run right about now. We can try it with a physical delay node, even though I've added an initial start delay. It's running the function because we can see the print string. It's just not running the EQS query at all. I am really pissed off at the lack of information regarding this system. Like, how performant is it? You know what I mean? I know it's done asynchronously, but... Oh, here we go. Great. Time to go on the Unreal Engine forum where there's a bunch of fucking armchair developers. I guess the thing is, because it's asynchronous, I guess it could at any moment in time not actually give you any queries whatsoever. Some medieval, it's like a first person game, fantasy, roguelite, prototype. Kind of like Dark Messiah, Might and Magic inspired, Dishonored-esque. Yeah, I guess we could do some profiling, if anything. But I could see it getting pretty pretty expensive. You know what I did notice, though, which is really interesting? The move to operations that the enemies do only had one query. That being said, I think they're all doing a move to operations at the exact same time, so maybe it's like able to reuse the query somehow. Here's someone doing a caching system. Supposedly. I don't really know what's going on, but I'll take their word for it. Okay, whatever. Maybe we just run it on the enemies. Is there not a callback when the EQS is finished? Maybe that's why it's not able to run on a function. Like, maybe that's Maybe that's why it's not able to. Maybe it's like literally not able to run because it's, I don't know. Here we have run EQS. It's a different one. It's a task. But the target is AI controller. Yeah, so we could read on query finished. I just want to see if it's actually fucking running. Is the function running? Yes, run EQS. We're seeing the print string. For some reason, though, I am not seeing the query come through. You know what it might be? It's not returning any results because there's no tests. So let's try putting a test in it. The thing is, I just want to get points. I don't care about the results. I'm just so confused. It like worked that one time and then it suddenly doesn't work anymore. It like suddenly worked and then suddenly it did not work anymore. Let's do a set timer by event. Hook that up in there. Interesting. I think the problem is maybe it needs an AI controller. I think. Let's try run mode single best item. I don't know. Nothing. Let's clear this and then redo it. And then let's set a wrapper to it. Dude, I think this is somehow bugged. Because it somehow worked. And then suddenly it didn't work anymore. And I am so confused. I didn't. I randomly clicked on a couple things and it suddenly started working. And then suddenly it didn't work anymore. Maybe the W thing is only for AI hooked EQS? Maybe. Maybe. Let's turn off auto sort. Dude, I don't know. I have no idea. Let's check. Do we have any navigation data in here? Yes. You can try player controller as the querier instead. But the player controller doesn't have a location. It's running. It's just not running. What? Okay, let's try this. Let's give our we have an AI controller. Let's just throw get AI controller in here. I don't think it'll actually work because I don't know if it's actually being controlled, but let's see. Let's see. What does this say? Trying to make a manager class that monitors the game condition and controls spawning of AI outside of a behavior tree or Blackboard. Okay, I think I figured it out. I don't know if there's any potential side effects yet, but I got it working after banging my head against it for a couple hours. I had to change the structure. EQS didn't like being run from inside a blueprint function. It's messy. But I laid everything out in the manager's event graph. Wait, what? I had to change the structure. EQS didn't like being run from inside a blueprint function. Okay, so we removed it from a function. Right here. We removed it from a function. Even though, by the way, just saying, that shit fucking worked. Randomly. I understand why it wouldn't be able to run, I guess. Maybe the gameplay debugger isn't showing it because the player isn't an AI, so it's not registering for the debug view. That's what it was set to when it worked that one time? I know. I tried setting it back and then setting it back to that one. And it suddenly didn't work anymore. I think this is a UE5 moment. I think this is genuinely an AI UE5. This is a UE5 moment. Okay, hold on. Let's do get player character. Instead of self, we're going to feed it player character. Even though that's literally what we're feeding it. We're going to remove the wrapper. We're going to do all matching. Or let's try the same thing as that guy. Single random item from 5%. Then we'll go back in here. Let's do querier as a circle center. And then let's try it again. And it's possible that we're not seeing the EQS value because maybe we're not an AI. I had to hit shift apostrophe and then suddenly it started showing it to me. I had to click shift apostrophe and now it is showing it to me. So that's what I did last time it started showing it to me. Is I hit shift apostrophe. Okay. So it is working this entire time. It's just that for some reason we have to do shift apostrophe and not apostrophe. So if we run it at 0.2 seconds, does it actually do it as consistently as we thought it would? It is not running as often as I would have liked. Let's try self as querier, which, you know, should work now. It is taking every 2 seconds. It's doing it every 2 seconds. It is not able to do it sooner. You can see in the time stamp in the top left, every 2 seconds it resets rather than... Even though we had it at 1 second. So I think asynchronously it's only able to do every 2 seconds. Do I still have the delay in? No. It just has the time as 0.2. But this is only able to run, maybe there's well, that's mass. We don't even use mass. Am I able to do non-async? I don't know. What's funny is that there's a node here that says can run async. Which I don't really understand. And that's set to do default off. So let's try turning it on. See what happens. Even though it says it's for mass, and we're not using mass. I have a feeling EQS has a system inside of it to not allow itself to run this many times. Which is actually not great for us because we need it to run consistently as the player moves around. So this just... EQS might not actually be the way to go for this. Even though it literally fits all of the fucking... So we are going to have to make our own tech if it's not able to run as often as I need it to. Let me see. Run EQS, yeah. So it is running the function. It's just not... Also, I just realized why shift apostrophe is working. We are selecting the player character, which is then reading what they're querying. So in reality, EQS is actually not reusing information for all of the enemies. I thought it was because I saw one for the query. It's not. That's just because there's only one query on that one player character. And when you do that debug, it's going to select the closest AI character or whatever. Oh, that kind of blows. Maybe there is a setting. Maybe there's a setting. Let's see. Let's look. AI systems. There's an environment query manager. That might have some timer stuff associated. That might have some stuff associated. Let's see if we can make it in Blueprint. I want to see this, by the way, this instance thing. What is this saying? It's got nothing in it. It's got no functions. I don't fucking know what that is. We cannot create an environment query manager in here. Which means we'd have to make it in in C++. Environment query manager. UE5 environment query manager. Let's see if there's any references to this. Nothing. Maybe the documentation, if I search up environment query manager, let's see, manager, nope. Environment query manager, no. What if I do environment query manager? Environment query manager. Let's look at GitHub real quick. Please tell me I'm logged in. I am. Okay, hold on. I don't think I can show this on stream, I'm pretty sure. Go to File, Environment Query Manager. All right, environment query manager header file. It's got a max allowed testing time, which is 0.003 float. Okay. So where is it that it's taking 2 seconds for each one? Why does it take 2 seconds each time? Is a circle unoptimized versus like a grid? Like if we do a grid real quick, I wonder how if the grid is faster. Let's try. Grid. Around querier. Let's just leave everything as default. Still every 2 seconds. So weird. Wait. Okay, look in the top left. Do you guys see that number next to the find move to location? Our timer is currently set to 0.2 seconds, which means it runs 10 times wait. It runs 5 times every second. It runs every 2 seconds. The timestamp is every 2 seconds. I think the debugger only refreshes every 2 seconds. I think we actually are getting grid points every 10 seconds. You can see a number next to the queries that's increasing at the same amount of time. If we do 0.1, in theory, that number should be going up 20 every single time it refreshes. 29. 49. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay, now we know. This menu is only refreshing every 2 seconds. How can I stop that from refreshing every 2 seconds and just refresh constantly? What is this called? Debug? The debug view? We should see like a variable with like 2 seconds on it. It should say like 2. It's just the gameplay debugger, isn't it? AI debug. It's literally set to 2. Would you look at that? AI debug EQS.refresh interval. Yeah, it's set to 2. If I set it to 0.5. There you go. Now we're getting a constant result. That's sick. Okay. Okay, we're starting to understand what all the numbers are. Interesting. Very cool. Okay. Okay, so it is working. Now we know how it's working. We know. Hold on. To view debugger, press Shift plus and use not whatever that was. eqs.refresh interval 0.5. By default, it only refreshes every 2 seconds. Wow, I'm actually writing comments. Who would have thought? Is that fucking crazy? Look, it's a whole ass novel on my code. Most words I've ever put into a comment ever. Not that I comment. I don't comment at all, actually. That's the, yeah. Anyways, okay. Okay, so let's do 300 with a half size of 1,000. Can we start the grid farther out? I don't think so. Can I do 2 queries in here? A circle and a grid. Circle radius 600. So that would be what, 300 units from us, which I think is a good amount of distance. Let's see what that looks like. Wait, hold on. There is 2 options, the circle and the grid. So I have to select one of them. Nice balls. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, if you want more Yaw support, you have to pay me with a full-time job. Proceeds to resubscribe. Oh, shit. I got paywalled. Wait, how do I view a different option? I don't know how to see the grid versus the circle. Hey, peace out, Yaw. Hope things go well for you, man. Hope that the whole Riot Games thing works out for you. Especially after that whole, like, thing that went down for your work. Thank you for the help. I really appreciate it. Okay. So the funny thing is that we're literally just using this to generate grid points. Which, honestly, we probably don't even need. We could probably just create our own system, but I'm just going to use it. I'm sure it's probably not that big of a deal. This is for having enemies like surround you. So this is, yeah, we're basically, I'm trying to determine right now. I don't know if this is like something we need to put in the game. I'm not recreating, but I'm taking inspiration from that God of War talk that we saw yesterday in terms of their AI GDC talk, and I thought it was really interesting, and could be beneficial to do this in a first-person perspective. So taking things into account like the amount of aggressive enemies that are in space versus non-aggressive, so they kind of like try to pick positions that are like, you know, good enough to not like overwhelm the player. Those kind of elements, and then of course we'll work on like an attack priority kind of system. Very similar to what we did with Suit for Hire, but going further into detail on it, and hopefully coding something that is easier to operate with. Hopefully. We'll see. Hopefully. What I'd also like to potentially learn by doing this is how can we start utilizing the gameplay debugger to like actually do stuff like this? Because I really love how they have like a debugger that shows like which enemies are currently attacking and stuff like that. I wouldn't mind trying to learn that because good debugging sometimes is really difficult and annoying to do, especially visually. So that would be a good thing to learn as well. Which application is good for screen recording? I would recommend OBS. I think OBS does a really good job. Yeah. So let's do a minimum distance of 500. And if I put this first, will the gameplay debugger prioritize the grid over the circle? No. And I don't know how to flip through those options. Is this only picking... Does it pick one over the other? Or is it actually doing both? Gameplay debugger, switch option on EQS. Nope. Using the gameplay debugger, let's see. Maybe it has a section for EQS. Use the plus key to switch query. Why the fuck do I not see that on my thing? Is this a UE4 thing? Hold on. Use the plus key. You've got to be fucking shitting me. Maybe it's scroll lock. No. Maybe it's the actual plus key. No. Using the Windows 11 default screen recorder and it sucks. Yeah, I'd recommend just going to OBS. It's pretty easy to add gameplay debugger categories. Ooh. Oh, sick. Okay, I'll keep this open. I don't know if I'll do it right now, but... Does the grid alone even work? The grid alone works. We tested it. But I want to see this... yeah, we tested it. I can cut that. I'm pretty sure we'll see the grid again. Invalid failed test. Distance to query with score -1 is below minimum value set. What? What is it saying? Yeah, the grid works. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I'm trying to figure out, no, it's not like important because we could just always ignore it. I think either way, we're probably going to do 2 separate queries. I would ideally, actually, no, I don't know if we'll do 2 separate queries. Well, how is God of War doing their queries? Because it kind of looks like they're doing it on a grid. Like you can see here, they're kind of doing it on a grid, right? But in here, it looks like a circular grid. You know what? Maybe it just looks like a circular grid, but maybe it's not. Yeah, I don't think it's a circle. I think it's like a it's like a weird grid. It's a weird grid. It's like not a grid, it's a weird grid. It's like an offsetted grid. I wonder if there's a system for that in here. Data binding. Random number. 0 to 1. 300 and 500. Yeah, it's almost like a hex grid. Oh, interesting. Oh. That does it every query. It's going to change the value. Not every point is generating differently. We have a donut. What is a pathing grid? Path to item. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it is like a hex grid or something. Here they generated circular points, but it was too complicated to read. Here they did it in a very different way. I don't really care too much about the grid. You know, like we can figure out all that stuff. Let's do grid half size 2000, space between, let's do 300. And then distance to query at least 500. Let's just delete that just so we're spawning just points with no tests. I think that's too big. So half size, let's do 1000 again. Space just between 200. Donut should also be good. What is a let's see what donut does. Let's cut that real quick. Does donut make it so it's like there's an inner radius that they don't enter. Use a spiral pattern. Ooh. Okay, hold on. We're getting fancy here. Hoo-hoo. Donut. Yeah, donut could also work for sure. Because there's like an inner radius. The nice thing is we don't actually have to do this on a timer. Right? We have to do this whenever the player character walks outside of the zone. Is that a lot on performance then using EQS? I don't know. We might just have to recode this entire thing and come up with our own generation system. You know, for all we know, we might have to just come up with our own thing, but we'll see. Just got Halloween candy. What do you mean, Jay? You went out trick-or-treating? Aren't you like 40 years old? Get up, Johnny. Let's see, donut. Number of rings, 3. Let's do 5. Points per ring, 16. Outer radius, yeah, it's 2000. That's fine. Use spiral? I'm curious what spiral looks like. Use a spiral pattern. I'm 24 and I went to Walmart. Oh, okay. Oh shit, yo, that looks. I pressed the wrong button. I'm dying. Help. That's cool. What'd you get though, Jay? That's the next question. It better not be that pack of shit that has like, what's that really garbage, like the little tiny ones that come in like a tiny box. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe that's a Canadian thing. God, I don't like those anymore. Smarties? I don't remember what they were, but like, I could not eat that shit anymore. I can't eat that shit anymore. I'd rather eat like good chocolate. No, not Dots. I think they're Smarties. No. They're chocolate. It's chocolate. Yeah, Smarties. Yeah, I can't do Smarties anymore. I don't fuck with Smarties. It's these. It's these. I don't fuck with these no more. Smarties are not chocolate. They're literally chocolate on the inside. Candy coated milk chocolate. What the fuck are those? Confused. I got some big bars of stuff, mainly Twix, Milky Ways, and Snickers. Okay, okay. All right, okay, okay. You know what? All right. All right, I'll fuck with that. All right. You're not giving it to any kids, right? Fuck them kids, you know? Hold on, I want to see what the arc direction thing is. What is that? Do we want to do a donut or a grid? Donut for more natural results? Like, we could probably do it pretty naturally on a grid. Like, we could always randomize their location based on the grid point and, like, randomize a certain integer value. They don't have to strictly be on the grid. I'm curious, with a simple grid, can we make it so they always stay in a specific location? You guys know what I'm talking about? Well, we're still going to have to constantly recreate the grid. Like what God of War does here is they regenerate the grid periodically when Kratos leaves the grid. I don't know if they show it here. I'm pretty sure they do. You can do Hue.js query very rarely and just cache it. We are going to be caching it. Yeah, for sure. The enemies that we want to constantly update, or not constantly, but we want them to move around and frequently and whatnot, are the aggressive enemies. So the aggressive enemies are the ones that are going to be nearby us, that are preparing to attack us, essentially. That's going to be the idea. The cool thing as well is, these are just for melee enemies. The ranged enemies, I think, are going to be a bit different. The ranged enemies, I think we're going to do in such a way where they can attack us at any point in time. Maybe they have their own token system. So we'd have range attacks coming in at the same time as melee attacks. So I'm thinking that's probably what we'll do. Now, I have no idea how we're going to do off-screen, on-screen enemies. I know one thing for certain. Currently, the enemies attack us when they're off-screen. It feels like ass when they do. I think we would make it so enemies that are off-screen would have like a half potential chance of attacking you or something like that. Yeah. I'm making an easy, quick dumpster diver simulator. Dude, you could make a roguelite out of that and ah! Chance-based. You need to like reach a certain quota. Homeless simulator. You could turn that into a friend slop game. Are you a raccoon? You could, yes! The player characters are raccoons. Yes. Hobo Simulator exists already? Yeah, but it's like fucking simulator slop. You know, shitty art style that looks realistic, but it's also garbage. You're leaking your friend slop idea? No, but that is it. That could be a really fun friend slop idea. There you go. The cops come after you if they see you, like, you know. Stop using slop as a genre name. It's friend slop. Listen, that's literally just the genre name. It's slop only if it's trash? Not necessarily. It's subjective. It depends on what you're implying. For the simulator slop, yes, I'm implying it's trash because a lot of those games just have a really fucking bad, like, visual. They're just, I'm sure they're good in some of them, but like, oh my god. All right, let's skip all that. For now, we just want the enemies to follow those grid points and determine a grid point based off of our cached grid. So we are caching the grid. That's the entire point of why I'm running this on the player. And then the enemies will read our data on the player character. Catch what I'm putting down? You catch what I'm putting down? Yeah. Now, we wouldn't run this on a 0.1 second delay. I'm just doing that for now. What I ideally want to do is we'd only rerun the EQS if you ran a certain distance away, which, like, you'll most likely be doing constantly anyways, kind of like to this extent. So yeah. So now what I'd like to do, how expensive are EQS queries? I don't know. We'd have to profile it. Is there a really easy, there's an easy UE5 profiler now, right? That I can just open up without having to run a fucking batch file. Are we there yet? Is really good. I sat there for 8 hours playing it start to finish and saw a speedrun do it in 8 minutes. I am game 2B, you know, that I've mentioned before, is a friend slop game. It is indeed a friend slop game. The thing is, though, the friend slop game idea that I have has horror. The genre is kind of horror, kind of like Repo a little bit, and I don't know if I'm comfortable with trying to make a horror game. Because to be honest, as you guys know, I'm not a horror dev. So I'm like trying to think about it, and I'm like, maybe I don't do horror. Maybe I somehow try to find something that isn't horror. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I began with U35. What's that? What's that? U35? 35 minutes of ultimate exercise? I think non-horror friend slop has a market right now, definitely. Yeah, I think it's doable. It just needs to be I do think, hey, you should do that. Hey, someone should do that you can kind of you could do the thing where you have to like gather trash and shit and not get caught. And you have a quota. I could see that getting really goofy. You could get upgrades like you get a shopping cart to get more loot. Put the loot in the shopping cart and then run off with it. That could be some of your upgrades and shit. Another upgrade could be I don't know, like a taser or something. A jar of piss. There you go. A jar of piss. Yeah. Yeah. A jar of piss. A mustache so the cops don't recognize you? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, yeah. 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 Hey, by the way, do you need money to buy a new keyboard? Is your caps lock key broken or something? Like, do we need to start a fund? Do you need a new keyboard? Or some? That might, you know. They're pretty cheap these days. There's some pretty good mechanical ones that are pretty cheap. Like, you know, well, cheap and, you know, depending on your situation, of course. It's just a caps kind of day. All right, yeah, yeah. Sorry, it's Halloween. Happy Halloween. Yeah, yeah. Get him a wooting? I don't even know what that is. Well, I do know what it is, but I've never used one. If we all talk in caps, it becomes normal. You know, this stop this day. Stop the day. Cancel caps day. Cancel caps day. We need to cancel caps day. Someone fuck off with cancel caps day. We need to cancel caps day. We'll do it another day when I'm not streaming. How about tomorrow? How about tomorrow? Imagine if there was a global caps lock enabled day and emails were sent like this. That would be the worst day in existence. Okay. Now I'm trying to think, how do we get the enemies to read from our queries and determine the best spot to move to? And then we need to find a way to invalidate their positioning. Yeah. Now, is that a dot as in dot product? The annoying thing is this grid is going to have to also read off of where other enemies are. So other enemies are going to have to be like knowing of where other enemies are, so then that way they don't clump up. We can start by moving the query away from the player character blueprint. Listen, man, it's fine. We could just leave it in the player character. You know, we could just leave it in the player character. Even if your caps lock is broken, you can hold shift to bypass it to type normally. Yeah, yeah, normally. Emphasis on normally, by the way. Bold that shit. We bold the term normally there. What if only one enemy could be on a point? The thing is, how do we determine that? So okay, I'm gonna have to figure this out in a way that's like not unoptimized. I'm assuming you can't do things. You can, but I don't think you can test for. Oh, you can overlap. Oh, you can. Wait, hold on. Let's do 64 by 64 by 64. And the hits are going to be for pawn. And let's see, we should see them in red wherever there's any enemies. Let's just double check a few things. The enemy, I would assume, has a capsule set to blocking with pawn. Okay. In channel pawn, only blocking hits. Okay. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. Maybe increase the extents. Skip overlap querier? I don't know, I guess. It would appear it's not working. I guess what we could do is when they try to determine a spot to go to, scoring factor 0, I guess. I think the scores are all showing 0 now. Wait, hold on. Yes. Shape offset 64 or 110. Okay. $70. So for some reason, the pawn channel is also, let's try blocking hits. Maybe that will work better. All of them have an overlap. Hurt. So is the scoring factor supposed to be 0? They are currently on move 2. They're probably gonna be moving to those. We're gonna be making them move to. We want them to move to these grid points in the future. Yeah, we're gonna probably apply a bunch of scoring rules. The thing is, though, this is gonna be interesting to figure out. What we might do is I think what we'll do is yeah, we're gonna have to rerun the query, which is not great. So I'm thinking every time an enemy picks a spot, Maybe they just delete that from the array. I'm thinking that's potentially what we do instead. Is anytime an enemy picks a location, they're just going to delete that from our array whenever we drop points. I think that's what we'll do instead. And then, of course, we'll do some like additional checks to make sure that they're not clumping up, of course. Yeah. Liminal. Is this all in blueprints? There's some C++, but right now I'm doing a lot of blueprint just because for prototyping. What if you get new spawns? Does the query with deleted nodes lose access to the ones previously deleted? Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know how we're going to do, like, we do an array of vector points, I guess. But then the enemies need to be knowing where each other are. So maybe we don't do an array of vector points for the grid points. Maybe we actually do an array of structs. And then an enemy can maybe take ownership of a point. How many enemies am I planning on using? Honestly, I would ideally not want to have more than like 15 enemies in a space, you know? I don't want to have like too many enemies because then it becomes like too overwhelming. We'll have ranged enemies as well. You know, that's something to take into account. That's another thing, right? So, yeah. How are range enemies going to differ from their aggression spots? They're going to be a bit different. I think range enemies are going to be a little different. I think ideally we want range enemies to be on screen, but we'll have like on-screen indicators when things fucking come in. Just run the query every 0.25 or whatever and let Yui handle it. I want to make it so we only run it when the player character runs outside of like a zone. So like right now we're running it on a timer, but I think ideally what we'd want to do is like maybe every 0.2 seconds we check, do we want to run it? Right? So here's what we're going to do. Every 0.2 seconds. All right, let's try every 0.1 because doing a check for a distance is pretty cheap. Doing the EQS query, I don't know how I don't know how expensive this is. I know it's asynchronous. So we should do a check. And then ideally, I think down the line, we are going to put this in like a different manager blueprint. Putting this all in the player character is probably pretty fucking crazy. Okay, don't get me wrong. And then let's put this into a category called EQS, last EQS query location, get actor location, distance between this and this. If this is more than, let's say, a distance of 100 units, maybe even less, maybe, yeah, let's start with that. If that's true, then we'll go on ahead and regenerate. And then the last EQS query location is going to become our actor location. Okay, so that means we should only see run EQS once. Then we move away, run EQS. And it's only generating when we need it. Which is pretty cool. Now we just have to start using it. You have to manually refresh the ownerships. There's a lot of interesting code we're going to have to figure out here. we're going to have to figure out some really interesting code here. The nice thing is, if the grid is actually following a like a constant 0 to 1 basis, we can make it so they try to read from their past index, and if the past index is close to the other thing, then they retain ownership over that grid point, and they just kind of continue moving in that direction and whatnot. Right. It's cool because it honestly kind of looks like the grid is moving with us, which is pretty sick. And we're saving on queries because we're only doing it like once in a while. Enemies are just going to keep reading from these points because they don't need to refresh. Right. Yeah, I think this works great. Cool. Yeah, we're doing it on a minimum distance. So it's like every time the player is moving around, then we'll call it. And you know, it's pretty cheap. It's just checking for a distance. I don't think that's necessarily going to be very impactful on performance versus like running the EQS constantly. Okay. I'm starting to think, by the way, can a component tick? I forgot. Can an actor component tick? BP component, or no, I'm just going to call this EQS or enemy manager component. Yes, it can tick. Sick. I'm going to place this. I'm going to place this code into an enemy manager component instead. We're going to put this here. We're going to create this variable in here instead. And query will be owner of the component. And this is going to be owner of the component. Owner of the component. God. Ugh. Ugh. Hold on. I'll be right back. All right, hello. Okay, this will be a lot better to have it run in a different place. Because in that way, we keep all of our code nice and clean. And the enemy manager component will also manage which enemy is attacking us, etc., etc., etc. Very good. And something that's really cool, I don't know if this is cheap, we can get the player character and then get a component. That's not what I meant to click. I'm pretty sure we can get a component by class. And then we can just get the enemy manager component. There you go. So instead of us having to cast to our player character, the thing is though, get component by class has to go through the entire component array. Now, I don't think that's too expensive because it has to check the class first. So we should be fine. I used it in Suit for Hire, if I remember correctly, for our token system. So should be fine, I think. Okay, let's do something here. So run EQS, that's fine. We can put that here. What I need to do now is assign on query finished. Great. Processing success failed, aborted, owner lost. I would assume when it finishes, it should be successful. We should be able to get the points. Get query results as locations. Can we also get query results as actors? Interesting. So now what we could do is we can draw points just to debug this. And we can draw some points. Luckily, the debugger kind of does this for us, but let's say I just want to have these points just to kind of see if it's working. It's only drawing one. I'm a bit, I think I know what the problem is. We want all matching. This should give us all the grid points. There we go. Cool. Is a component by, get component by interface quicker? I don't know. Maybe? I'm sure they all have their own caveats, right? So cool. This is sick. I wish I could delete past debug points, but you can't. That's fine. This is just a test. And luckily, we are getting all of the query points. It is funny though, because drawing debug points is like expensive. Actually, wait, what made us go down to 70 FPS there? What was that? Okay. So now what we want to do is make it so AI can read these results. And that's going to be pretty interesting. I also noticed, I think we could actually do this on a 0.2 second timer. I don't think it needs to be 0.1. Like, I think 0.2 is fine. If anything, actually, it could even be, like, way less. For now, we'll just keep it pretty high. But we could always kind of change that and whatnot. Okay, so... let's, let's, make it so the enemies can read from these locations. That's the next piece of the puzzle. Let's get them moving to those positions. So for now, we'll just set this as an array, and we'll call this query result locations. The thing is, yeah, okay, sure. I'm trying to think here about, okay, so we have our desired move to location parameter. We're gonna want something to update this constantly. And I don't really know what would be the best spot to put that in. I guess I guess might as well just fucking... Thing is though, how do we read from this parameter? I think we're gonna just delete this parameter. We're gonna put it in the enemy character. For now. I think we might make another component and then make it so the enemy has that component, but for now we'll just put this fucking thing in here. Now, should the enemy be on a 0.1 second delay? Or should they be notified when their vector becomes like out of date? I don't know how we should go about doing that. But for now, let's just let's just put them on a 0.1 second delay. I think that should be fine. Oh look, determine movement tick. Oh no, that's something different. That's for like optimization, which looks like ass, by the way. Set timer by function name. Let's do calculate move location, and we'll do a timer of 0.2 seconds, looping. Let's make the function. And then we're gonna do get player character, exactly as we did earlier. Find or get component by class. And this is gonna be the manager. Okay. And then we're gonna get the result locations. And then from here, don't tell me I'm gonna have to loop through the entire thing. I guess I'm gonna have to loop through the entire array, huh? That's probably not the best thing ever. Probably not the best thing in the world. But fuck it. Okay, so are we gonna have to sort through it? See, this would probably be something really good in C++. Because we're gonna be doing a lot of for looping. Okay, here's what I'm thinking, actually. Here's what I'm thinking. We are going to keep track of every enemy. I think we're going to keep track of every enemy. Maybe not every enemy in the map, but every enemy that is that knows that the player exists. So it's like they're aggressive or kind of aggressive. They're in our zone, right? I think that's what we're gonna do. Because either way, we're gonna have to do that anyways, because we have to determine which enemies are aggressive and which ones aren't. So I think the enemy characters aren't gonna be doing anything. They're just gonna have a variable that tells them their move location. And then this manager component is actually going to give them their move to location. I know that's crazy, but I think that's what we're going to do. I think that's what we're going to do. Because in that way, we only have to move them, or move them a substantial amount every time we run the EQS. And the EQS only runs if we moved a certain amount away. Now, I'm thinking we would still want enemies that kind of like, you know, move around, not just like completely freeze on the spot. I think it you know, kind of like what Suit for Hire had. They had a little bit of movement going on. But I think they would be like subtle strafing movement, not like moving entire points. Yeah. Because imagine having to sort through all of this for every single enemy. That's not, you know, not ideal for sure. Definitely doesn't seem ideal on paper. So I think we're going to give them their move to location. So here's what this guy's actually going to do. We're going to rename this. We're going to add ourselves to the enemy manager when this enemy spawns. This is the exact same thing that we do in Suit for Hire as well. So not much different. In the manager, we're going to keep track of agents. So these agents are going to be the base enemy characters, going to be an array, and we're going to keep track of every agent. We're going to get agents, add unique self. That's the code. Is this the best way of doing things? I have no idea. I have no idea. Another thing we'll have to do is when we add an agent to this list, we're going to have to determine their position. So we'll probably make a function for this. In fact, let me do that right now. Add agent, enemy, base enemy. This is going to be self. Can you do that now? Can I click on this and does it show? Oh, it doesn't show a, that kind of sucks. It would be cool to have like a, make it so it can call self. Is that a thing? In Blueprint, you can add a self pin in C++. I remember doing it. Oh, I know you could do that in C++. You could do literally everything in C++, but can you do it in Blueprint? I don't think you can do a self call in. Yeah, I don't think you can. Or maybe you can. I don't know. Maybe there's a way to like call it. Maybe it'd be similar to how you would call it in C++. UE5 adds self pin to function. Yeah, I don't think you can do. I don't think you can declare that in. in Blueprint. That's fine. Type in self. I don't think I don't think it'll work. It's not this pin. I want to see if maybe we could do that, but I don't think you can. I think that is literally just I think it's just C++, which either way, we're probably going to convert this to C++ most likely because there's a lot of for looping going on. That's gonna need to be in C++. Yeah. Well, no, I'm just saying, Jay, like how you can automatically have self be read here if you did in C++. Rather than hooking up the pin. I'm okay with hooking the pin in. It's just, you know, semantics. Okay. So now here we'll add unique, we'll add the agent, and then we'll do other code stuff here, like them finding a position in the thing. What this also means is very cool thing we can do now is I'm thinking we just remove an element from the array, but I know that's not the best thing to do. I'm kind of curious what happens if we do that though. So what we'll do here is for each loop, every time we have a query results, we're going to get every agent that we currently have, and we're going to set their current move location. Happy Canadian Halloween. Hey, how are you doing, Ray? Yeah, I'm sure doing it by interface might be quicker. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see as time goes on as we keep working on this system. Okay, so we're going to get the agents, and then we're going to set... We're going to set their move location. And we're going to do a whole bunch of shit to determine their move location. What's really funny is that we're going to have to do a for each loop for every single enemy anyways. It's just we're doing it in a more contained space, I guess. What have we added since the last time I saw? I don't know. We haven't added anything cool visually. We're working on like a movement determining system so the enemies can like move in a more controlled way. Because right now they clump up. They move in a very odd way. I just don't really like the way that they're moving. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't want them like W keying towards us. That'll be another thing to try to like figure out. Yeah. Can't you get... I swear there's a math thing of like get closest to a point. There's average. I think we're going to have to for loop it for every enemy. It does not, yeah. Not very confident. What if we, instead of for looping it for every single enemy, what if we just do a for loop once and then determine points that they can go to? Oh, that's weird. Is that weird? That's kind of weird. We are doing a bit of manual scoring. Looks like you're redoing EQS. Yeah, Pundramas. When I'm trying to build today, kind of like a better enemy positioning system, I suppose. A better enemy positioning system is a bit of the goal. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of the idea. But I'm trying to figure out a way of doing it where it won't explode my computer. You know what we might end up having to do, KND, is maybe we do use EQS for all of it, but we'd have to call different EQS values. So we'd call one EQS for like the enemies that are nearby. That would be aggressive. And then the enemies that are farther away, we'd use a different EQS query. But I'm trying to do everything under one grid. So that's kind of what I'm trying to think of. I wonder how Megabonk handles their enemy AI. It's the most simple thing ever. It literally, he has a devlog that talks about it. They literally just move towards the player. And they will climb anything in their way. That's why you have that concept where it's like someone flies up in the air in Megabonk and then the enemies start creating a fucking like pyramid because they just keep climbing each other to the top to get to the end, to the player as, you know, as easily as possible. They literally just move up. They climb. In like the silliest way. It works. It's great. It works great. He's created ants. Yeah. But I don't think that level of, you know, simplicity is going to work for this game. This game, unfortunately, is probably going to require something a little bit more complex, unfortunately. Because it's a more methodical kind of combat structure. Yeah, I don't even think the enemies are using physics. Like, they are, kind of, but not really. They're instead just using... I'm pretty sure he made it as basic as possible. Yeah, I don't know if I could do it on one grid. Like, the benefit of using and doing scoring in EQS... is that it's done asynchronously. Okay, let's just get them to get a point that's closest to the player character. But we'd have to do a for loop and figure out which ones are closest. What if they can't see the player? Did they just know where they are at all times? That would be a completely different element. This would be in the case of like, we would only use these movement points when they're like in combat space of the player, basically. So that's why the grid is, this is the size of the grid, right? It's kind of weird. I don't know why I changed color, but that's interesting. It's only within like a combat space of the player, basically. So. Have I looked at how EQS is done in the 5.6 combat template state tree. No, there's a combat template. Where's that at? Yeah, combat template state tree. Hold on, let me look at that. Which template is that? Which one is that? Third person? Wait, what? Oh, hold on. Let me close the project real quick. I can reopen it easily. Let me launch 5.6. So games, third person, variant, combat. Oh, what the? What the? I'm pretty sure I have a templates folder. Test projects. Sure. Call it combat template. Create. Oh, you can even do it in C++. Well, yeah, I would imagine. Oh, hold on. Let's see this. They use EQS to find flank positions. Let's see. Let's see what this does. Out of curiosity. I know they added all those variants, I just never looked at them. Do they only use EQS to find flank locations, or are they also using EQS to determine like move locations? What I use to store ideas for my game? Notion, for the most part. Hold on, it's compiling 5 million gajillion shaders. I wonder if EQS is even needed for this. You know, I'm starting to think like, if I just need to get a nearby location to the player character, you know what I mean? Like, do I really need... Like, you know what I mean? Like, I guess EQS is nice because it's asynchronous, I suppose. I guess that's the advantage. Okay, so what is this? Are there different levels? Combat. Okay, they give us silly, basic attack system. Okay, but let me see what their AI is doing. So they're just using a regular move to location when attacking. And then... Okay, hold on. Let's just look at what they're doing. Okay. EQS fall back. This is just get player pawn. They're using state tree. They're checking if current actor's HP is 0. Close in for melee, which is just move to. They're also setting the character speed. Interesting. Interesting. Not a bad idea. Face towards the location is probably a set focal point. Okay. It's okay, I guess, but yeah, it's just the thing is, it's like I don't know if this is going to solve the issues. Let's see. Where is their EQS call? Run EQS query fallback. If the path exists from the courier, distance to courier. It's not taking into account where other enemies are in the space. You know what I mean? Like maybe let's check. Are they using avoidance? They don't have RBO avoidance. Discard unreachable. I think this is just for pathing. I don't know if it necessarily takes into account other enemies in the space, unless other enemies in the space maybe are used and affect navigation. Nope. Can ever affect navigation. Let's see the nav mesh real quick. Yeah, no. It's just this flat space. He's not actually modifying the nav mesh. Plus, when we move around, see, their move to location is only going to that one EQS. It's not updating based on where we're moving. Which, you know, will end up being problematic, especially considering that our game has a lot of movement involved, right? So that might, you know, I don't want to run the EQS constantly on a singular character. So yeah. Maybe I'm like thinking EQS costs too much. Maybe it's not that costly, especially considering that like You know, maybe, especially considering that it's async, maybe it's like, maybe not that bad. Maybe we could just keep running it or something. Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe we just keep, you know, keep running it. You know, maybe it's fine. I don't know. Maybe we can just keep running it. Only one way to find out. Yeah, like let's keep what we have. Right, let's keep what we have. But let's try to do the stupid option that I would assume would hit performance. What did I just hit? There we go. Let's keep what we have, because ideally that would probably be the way that we'd want to do it anyways. But let's make a... They're made by Epic. That version's made by Epic, yes. We're going to want 2 queries, okay? So let's just, I guess just duplicate this. EQS simple. Let's call it stupid. EQS stupid. Find aggro location. So the aggro location is going to be a donut. The inner radius is going to be, I guess, 200 with an outer radius of, I guess, 500. Number of rings, 1. Points per ring, let's do 16. Center is going to be player character. Randy naming. And then we're going to do an overlap check. It's going to be a sphere, pawn. The extents will be 64 by 64 by 64. Shape offset will be 70. Only blocking hits, skip the overlap courier. That should give us what we want. So let's start with find aggro locations. It's stupid, but fuck it. We have calculate move location. We still have it here, so we'll just run this. This will be run EQS query. Query template will be find aggro location. Courier will be, set it to false, single best item. Or single random item from best 5%. Wait, can I not run this from a function? Oh, shit. Can't I just get the first location? And then set that there. AQS stupid find aggro location. Okay, so let's see if this works. Let's just see how expensive it is. Okay, let's just let's remove this binding, and then we're going to add the current move location as the destination, and let's see if it works. Okay, they're going to wherever the fuck that is. They're going to 0, 0, 0. Okay, we have to do this in a different spot. Convert function to an event. Put this in here. Then we need to do this here. Assign on query finished. Then put that bad boy in here. And then set that to the move location. I think that should be fine. We're getting a lot of errors right now, lads. Access none, trying to read property, run EQS query, return values, not a U class. What you mean? What do you mean? Is this not running again somehow? The query is self, but we don't want this to run off of query. That's going to be the center. Oh, yeah, that's all. Okay. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. All right. Yeah, okay. Oh, our thing is now... What was that command? AI.debug.eqs refresh interval 0.5. It's still... Oh, wait, hold on. Beep. Boolean match false. Hey, look at that. They're not clumping. Hey, would you look at that? They're not clumping. That being said, though, the outer radius is really close up. So let's try 700 with an inner radius of 300. Probably reduce the amount of rings. I think they're counting themselves as an overlap. Yeah. That, or they're constantly trying to look for a point. So we might want like a distance. This one says prefer greater. Distance to player character or item. How do we prefer how do we prefer lower? Prefer lesser. Ah. Distance to item. I would assume the distance to item would mean the sphere. Let's see. Let's see if they constantly try to find a different winning position. I need a god mode. Because, like... Hey, these guys are fucking crazy, man. Am I using RVO avoidance? I shouldn't be. I'm pretty sure I disabled it. Yeah, RVO doesn't really give me the results that I like. Distance to courier? Prefer a lesser distance. Okay, now they don't have a position. Oh, right. Would it be... Okay. I think they're only doing distance to courier. Once I get close up, they'll be fine. I want them to, once they found a spot, they don't need to move away from it. How would I go about doing that? I want to say it's distance to the item. I thought the scoring factor would be 0 would be prefer lesser. So they'd prefer less distance to the point. Right? I don't know how... Let's see, hold on. Let me turn on, let me get a God mode in here, because I'm gonna... Let me make it so we can't take damage. Because I'm gonna be going fucking crazy! Turn it off. Yeah, so the next step is once they've figured out a spot, then we kind of go from there. Do -1. They're still trying to figure out where to go. I don't know. By the way, the overlap seems to not be... I don't think they care for this, the overlap. So would this be -1? I'm a bit confused right now of this. I think I need to rewatch a tutorial for this because I'm having a rough time right now to remember this shit. So Boolean match should be the Boolean value to match in order to grant score of scoring factor. So we want it to have no... If the Boolean matches this, then we get -1, right? So we want it to not score it. Also, what I'm confused about is... I think it is reading the player character. I think that's what's going on right now. If I set this to 16, what happens? There's still an overlap. Weird. Okay. When you first have enemies attacking, they just go towards the player and attack them close? Yeah, yeah. So the idea is we're kind of making them move into more of like a proper position rather than like clumping together. The score can't be negative, so it has to be 0, right? Yeah, I was guessing so. So this needs to be this to be 0. No, I don't want them to flank. I just want them to be in proper positioning. I guess we could just do filter only. Okay, let's increase the size again. 64, 64, 64. We could probably do more tests. So that ends up resulting in true because the shape offset reaches the bottom. So we have to do 65, I think. I don't know why overlap still shows 1 though. I'm a little bit curious about that. Let's make the outer radius of the donut a little bit larger. My problem right now is that they are constantly trying to move through the player because of the distance. Interesting. Oh, you know what? Here's what we can do. We check the current move location. No, that wouldn't work. Would that work? Check that the distance between the current move location is more than 100. Okay. Maybe this could help a little bit. Now, when they attack, we actually want them to do a different move too, which would be moving to the player. They're still trying to constantly determine... So let's do this on top of this. On top of this, we're going to do another distance of get actor location and the actor location of the player character. And check that this is also more than, I don't know, 150 units. We'll probably do even more tests, but ideally I'd want to figure out this as well. And I don't even know if the overlap is working right now because we got all this bullshit going on right now. So we're just gonna figure this out. Distance to the item. This sphere is blue, it's not in the pool. I thought it would be green. That's kind of interesting. Okay, we need to do a different state for the attack move. So this is going to be a move to target player. Oh, you can duplicate the whole thing. That's so sick. And then we'll have a move to attack. And then the move to attack, instead of the destination being the move location, we'll set this to the target player. And then the acceptable radius, we're going to remove the binding on the acceptable radius, and we want to try to keep it pretty close to where we actually want to move. And then the move, when we want to transition, we want to do move to attack. If object is valid, target player. Sure. Move to attack. Move to target player, and then attack. We only want to do this, though, if the cooldown is active. Can I copy this and paste it in here as well? Yes. Oh, sick. Okay. Ideally, though, we don't set 2 cooldowns. We just do 1 to allow the attack. So this goes to move to attack, and then move to attack goes to attack. Then it goes to wait, and then wait goes to root. And then we move to the target player. Now, we'd probably want to do this differently in that this doesn't need to run all the time. Like, it only needs to move if we need to move. So, if distance, let's try this. A 100. Source is vector. Can we do get actor location? Input actor. And target is current move location, and the distance is equal, greater or equal 100. Oh my god. Okay. You can do 1 and inverse linear. Okay. Okay, he's still kind of moving around a little bit. One problem is that they're no longer attacking. Maybe we need to put this above. I don't know what the clamping scoring thing is. I don't know. Uh-oh. Different EQS. Yeah, what they're trying to do is, you know what we need to do as well on top of this? We need them to prefer moving. I think we need a dot product in here from the rotation of the player character, and line B, 2 points from career and item. Yes. Where are you going? Hey! Between 0 and, I don't know, 0.5, I guess? I don't fucking know, man. Value is out of range. with score -1. Wait, why is it a negative value? Line from querier to item? How about line from player character to querier? How about them apples? Oh. 0.9 is out of range. Okay, fine. Motherfucker. 0 to 1, alright? God. I think the overlap is reading himself. Let's just get one dude. Just get one guy in here. Just get one beefy guy in here. Delete the spider. Delete the other guy. Get this guy over here. Alright, just one guy. We just need one guy. I think every time he is overlapping something, he overlaps himself, even though we literally specified to not overlap himself. Oh shit, let's do single best item. Maybe that's what's going on. He's doing the single best item 5%. Where are you going? Where's it going? When I look away from him, he's like, I failed. Come back. Okay. I think this query, this .2d is incorrect. Player character and item. So now he's going to avoid going behind us. He's actually trying to go in front of us. Hmm. Okay, now the problem is he's not attacking. So let's solve that next. So, if object is valid, target player, and cooldown, the cooldown is too long. I think the cooldown is only setting, it's only going to set the cooldown when we try to move to an attack. I see. Probably will duck, yes. Most likely. Most likely will, yeah. Try select children in order. You need to send you something, Mr. Streamer? What is it? So this is the enter conditions. On state succeeded, go to move to attacks. Okay, so let's do on state failed, move to attack. I think that's what's going on, is that he's not going to start the attack at all. I go in and then I go out. I go in and then I go out. I go in and then I go in and then I go out. If you don't mind a little distracting. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm working. Try select children at random. Let's try that real quick. No. On state succeeded, move to attack. Try select children in order. The thing I don't fucking. Let's do on state completed. I don't know. Hold on. He's not attacking anymore. Wait, hold on. Move to attack will go to attack. How do you debug this? Debugger. Urgh. Oh shit, it records it automatically? So here he's moving to target player. And then we want to move to attack. Then on succeeded, then attack. But then he's going back to move to target. Then he's waiting. The cooldown failed. He's not going to move to attack because the cooldown failed. So he's not re-entering. And then we ended. Interesting. So he's just not going in for the attack. He just keeps returning to move to target player. It says the enter condition is attack cooldown, but we don't have the cooldown required in the enter condition in here anymore. What? Confuse. Confusion. If the object is valid, target player and cooldown. What the hell is going on? It says it in Discord. Let me see what you got. Did you make an itch.io game? I'd love to see a video of how this works in action. Wait, it is a GIF? Wait, hold on. Why wasn't it running? Oh, there we go. Dude, perfect timing for Halloween. It's pretty creepy. It's pretty creepy. Look at that. That's great, dude. Dude, hell yeah. That's sick. Put the cooldown to a 0.1 as a test. Let's try it. 0.1. Oh, there we go. Oh, interesting. Is it failing the event because it's entering and then failing, and so it ejects all of the other stuff? Huh. No. Check pre. Should the state's required event and enter condition be evaluated when the transition leads directly to its child? I think now he doesn't give a shit about the cooldown anymore. All right, hold on a second. Wait, I think it's working now. What does root mean? Root's at the very beginning. Let's just move it to target player. Fuck it. And let's just change the cooldown. I think it's working now. I think this was the issue. The issue. Should the state's required event and enter condition be evaluated when transition leads directly to its child? I think what this should be is like grouped. Yeah. And then in here we have an enter condition, which is these two things. Can I drag those? Can I drag those if statements? Copy. Paste. That's the wrong number. What the hell? Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Okay, and then in here, I can delete this. I can delete this. So now we can call this attack sequence. So instead of move to attack, this will sequence to, this will go to the group called attack sequence, and then this will go to attack. I think that's correct. Now I should be able to set the cooldown to 3 seconds and it should be fine. But we don't want to check the prerequisites here anymore. I think he just hates the number 3. Guys, I think he just hates the number 3. He's just standing there, menacingly. Just standing there like a psychopath. Oh wait, hold on. Did I not add a transition? Is it just not transitioning to the next thing? I feel like we shouldn't have to put the transition there because it's already associated in the group, but I guess it makes sense. Jimmy? Shit. I can only... Wait. I can... He is currently in... I don't know where he is. What the fuck? He's stuck in root wait. Wait, wait, wait. Try follow transitions. Ah, okay, okay. Jimmy? Okay. Okay, try enter first. On state completed, go to attack sequence. What you doing? Hmm? Waiting? What you waiting for? Oh, there we go. Okay, he's stuck in wait. He's stuck in wait. I think the thing is we need to go to, instead of move to target player, we need to just go root. Let's try that. Okay. Mm-hmm. It's kind of annoying that. Did he just die? He just died. I don't think he's doing. Hey. Oh, you know what? Oh, because he's not moving to target player anymore because his distance is no longer a thing. Let's try this. On state failed. Let's try to go to attack sequence. Let's try this. Let's try this. Okay, hold on. Hold on. All right. Yeah. Yeah, this is going really well. Move to target, root wait, wait. He like stops doing anything after that. Is he like broken? It tried to enter attack sequence. What the fuck is a group and why is it needed? Like, what's the point of a group? What if we do a state? What is the point of a group? On state completed, go to attack sequence. On state failed, go to attack sequence. You know what's possible is that it keeps going through the cooldown. No, it's just going to return false. It's not going to add any value to the cooldown. So it's not like resetting the cooldown. Balls. This is stupid. I thought making a state for this would make this better. It actually just made things really annoying. I can't tell if this is a child or not. I think this is a child of this. Now this is like an actual thing. Ah. Aha. And if it fails, I don't know. Wait, no, first do the no. First do the move to attack. There we go. Listen, I'm still learning this. Hold on, let me put this in my secondary screen. So move to target player, and then he goes straight to wait. And then I think he's just stuck in attack sequence. Oh, he did it! But he keeps doing it. Maybe it actually is 3 seconds. Okay. Okay, let's do a cooldown of 5 seconds real quick. Okay. Let's make it so he doesn't need to move that close, which I believe is actually on there. It's a variable now, I'm pretty sure. Attack acceptable radius, let's do 100. I don't think he needs to be that close. I also think okay, so now let's test it with a bunch of them, see what happens. Are they going to fail if they don't end up getting the forward position? They're just trying really hard to stay in that forward position. Okay, hold on. Overlap sphere. Let's bring back the sphere. Let's bring the sphere back in. Okay, obviously the problem right now is that they just keep attacking. They just keep ideally in the future we put like a token system where they don't all attack at once. But let me see if we can make it so they just... Okay. That's not too bad. It's because they have a... in their move to, they have a acceptable radiance of 25. Let's just set it to 5. So like we want them to be basically on the position. Okay, so they have a little bit of time where they need to like... They also should probably be facing us when they're aggroed, like, and they see us, rather than only focusing on us during the attack. I think, like, they should be focused on us the entire time. I don't think it should be restricted to just attacking. So, in here it says clear focus. I'm going to remove that. When they enter the state, we're just going to set their focus, and then they'll keep focus on us. Okay, the overlapping system still needs a bit of work. That's okay. That's okay. That's all right. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Single best item. Let's do single random item from best 5%. I don't think they should start moving constantly. Except for this guy over here who's an asshole. Let's just do single best item for now. I don't like how they immediately just go into like cooldown. So I think we need to put weight in the attack sequence. No, over here. No, over here. Yeah, thank you. I think that should fix it. Guys? Guys? Guys, what's going on? It says status failed. What the hell does that even mean? The hell does that mean? So I guess on status failed, go to root. It says status failed, but what? It says object is valid is false. We're trying to enter move to target player. Wait, hold on. It doesn't need, wait, it doesn't need the target player in the move to operation though. It just needs the distance check. Okay, those two guys are broken. Probably because the move to attack does not have on status failed. Let's just go to root, I guess. They're still kind of clumping up a little bit. That guy's gone. That guy's lost in the sauce. His status has apparently failed. Luckily, what's really sick is this gives us an execution node for every single character. This is saying that it fails at move to target player. Hello? I'd like to... Wait, no, wait. Did I accidentally overrun? Oh yeah, every time I hit that button, it overrides it. Okay. They're kind of moving around like chess pieces, which I don't really like. When one place ends up being an overlap, they end up... they're kind of trying to move around. You see that? Okay, let's... outer radius. Let's change the outer radius. And the inner radius. And let's add another ring. Let's see what happens. Also, yeah, the dot product, I think they're like 100% only going for that dot product. Let's disable the dot product. Let's see what happens. Where are they going? You know what I think the problem is? They have nothing that scores 1. Um, yeah, the dot product gives 1, nothing else. Yeah, they're the problem is they're strictly only going for that dot product and then choosing like the best score, which I don't really want. Like it's technically kind of what I want, but I kind of want them to choose a little bit as well. How can we make it so the dot is not necessarily 0 or 1, but is like a gradient? Is that's possible, right? Wait, now it's showing me the actual graph. What? Wait, huh? What? I think this will be fixed when we put in the token system. But the big problem right now is it's only trying to find the single best item, which is not very good. If I do this, they will constantly be moving around. Over and over again. Yeah. 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 I don't like the dot product, but right now that's the only way for it to receive a score of 1, which you can see is not very good. So hold on, let me try some stuff. Distance 2D to item. I want to learn what the hell is the distance to the item doing. That's one thing I'm fucking confused about. Skip the querier. And in this case, this querier should be ourselves, which is for some reason not happening. Distance to item is like not really giving me what I want. Let me try something. I just want to see if we can start getting some numbers with the distance scoring. Distance 3D to item. I don't know. Distance to item. When we want like distance from one thing to another, how is this determining distance? Distance from what? I'm so confused. Is it distance from item to query or item to item? Okay, wait a second. Now it's going in the opposite direction. What? Wait, I think we are onto something. Prefer the lesser value. Then overlap sphere, then dot product. Let's bring the dot product back in, because now we have the single random item from best 5%, which we probably want to change. Okay, well now we have scores of 2. I don't know. 2? Okay, let's just have one enemy right now, because if we can figure out one enemy, then we can figure out the other guys. I think he's broken. Yeah, status failed on his state tree. What happened? What happened? Jimmy! Jimmy, what happened to you? Let's trash all of this. Is enemy trying to be in front of you? Yes, yeah. They have a thing in their EQS thing to basically... Whoa. He's ice skating. Something causes his state to become failed. And it just happened. Enter condition STC cooldown. Distance compare could not trigger completion transition, jump back to root state. Failed to select root state, stopping the tree with failure. What? So because of the fact that so because of the fact that it all failed, they all like died. Interesting. Failed to select root state, stopping the tree with failure. So it literally could not go to the root state. Because he couldn't... hold on, what? And now he's not moving anymore. Oh, this is very good. Try, enter, move to target player. Okay. I guess not. All right, guess we're all right. What happened? Okay, what did I do? What did I do? Oh, on none. On state failed, try to go back to root. Or we could just set it to wait. I like the little cat ears. They're not cat ears. They're horns. They're horns. They're spikes. But I can see it being cat ears now. I can't unsee it now. Does he end up actually going for an attack every 5 seconds? I can't tell. Yeah, the problem right now is... Can I... Okay, crazy idea. Can you add custom tests? Like, can I somehow... Here's the problem. The overlap sphere is not good enough. Because an enemy will try to go to a spot. They're all going to try to go to the most successful spot. And then what ends up happening is that what ends up happening is that all of them are going to go to the same spot, and then there's going to be one overlapping there at the time. And then it's going to suck balls. So it's almost like we need to somehow determine when a spot is already going to be taken. It's going to be weird to figure out. All right, is this working with one guy right now? Also, one problem is that they are all constantly trying to go to the attack. The custom class inheriting environment query test. I just don't know how the hell do we like make it so we don't check if other enemies. I think that's why we were kind of trying to, we were starting to do that custom manager, because then the custom manager would basically dictate all this stuff. Obviously, not the most desirable way of doing it, but yeah. Okay. What if, okay. Let's test with multiple enemies again. Bring it back in. Bring it back in. Bring it back in. There they go. Starting to do those stupid sphere checks again. Can I change the extent Z to like 5? I don't know if that makes sense for a sphere. Would it turn it into like a... Oh, there they go. They break because they don't have a position. Let's just do a box. Or maybe a capsule. Maybe a capsule works. Nope. Nope. Let's do a box. That's not the button. Even though I want a sphere, but... This is being stupid. Because they're all trying to attack at the same time. Okay. If there's enemies close to a query, make that reduce the score. That's kind of what the overlap box is doing. But the only problem right now is because we're doing pawn overlap channel and this floor is probably on block all, which also blocks type pawn, which whatever, just do this. Collision, check out the file, make a new object channel, ignore enemy, accept, good to go. Then base enemy, capsule, overlap enemy type, fucking done. But then you ask, well, Crimson, don't you need to make it so the object type is enemy? Well, you are correct. I think. Wait, no, you're not. Wait, no. Never mind. Hold on. This is fine. I think. I believe. Hold on. Because for some reason it works on the floor, so this has to work. Yes. Yeah, but then they can constantly run back and forth. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I think we're kind of getting somewhere. Bring back in the damage system. Let's get a feel for it. Obviously, there's a lot more that we still need to do, but I just kind of want to see how it's looking. Can't we rerun EQS only after an attack is done, or something along those lines, or they'll keep position with this weird constant shuffle? I think what we could do is we have a system in here that checks the distance between them and the calculate move to location. We should also check if they are already at their move to location. Because if they're already at their move to location, then we don't really care. So let's also do that. We're going to check the distance between the player character and them, which says more than 150. We can change that to more than 250. We could probably change that as well, but whatever. And distance between actor location and current move location. And check that that is also more than 250. And that way we don't rerun the EQS, because I think this is going to keep running the EQS anyways. Okay, let's try this. I don't think we want this to be an and. We want this to be an or. But let me debug this. I think the thing is, we don't want, well, this is fine. We need to check if they're attacking, but we don't actually get fed that information when they go in for an attack. I forget, can we can make it so this is, when this enters, it changes a parameter, right? Can't you make it so this sets a parameter on enter? I swear you can. I swear there's a way of doing it. There's a way of like when this end, there has to be like a way of setting a value. Does your scene go into play mode so fast just because there isn't much to load? Yeah, I suppose. Now that we did this, we can change the shape offset from 65 to, I believe we can do just 20 because we changed the collision type to enemy. Oh, it's getting stuck here. And so when it gets stuck there, it's going into a false state, which makes sense. If the distance to the player character is more than 250, you know, technically we should be calculating this move location off of the player character. Hold on. Let's not run EQS anymore. Last EQS query location. Okay. Hey. Okay, so then instead here, we get player character. I swear we do this here. Okay. We're going to read their EQS, last EQS location. And check if the last EQS location I might actually want to do that from the manager. Whatever, let's try this. Let's just try this. My only issue is that this might run at the exact same time as the other thing. And that's not very good for us. Wait, what the hell? Oh, yeah, now this is not running anymore because distance is more than, let's try 500. Okay, hold on. Last EQS query location. The distance is more than 100, true. Okay. Yeah. It's almost like I need to bind an event to this enemy character to like be like, hey, there's a new query location because the player character moved. Let's just run this. So, fuck it. More than 250. Just technically not... let's just... force run EQS query. Okay, not the best thing ever. Add to enemy manager. So we are still going to add to the enemy manager. Where's our begin play? All right. We already have the target pawn in here, so we can add to enemy manager right here. And then what we can do in the manager, yeah, is we could do a for each loop of every agent. Let's just move this over here. And we're going to force run their EQS queries. Aha! So it's kind of what we were doing, but a little bit modified. Although I will say, probably doesn't need to do it as often as we're doing it. Wait, now that I think about it, actually, do we even need to calculate a move location? Can't we just force run EQS query and just run off of the player character now that I think about it? If we stand still, what happens? I think because they didn't rerun it. Let's try 500. Is it more than 500? Current move location, character location. Because we do still want this to recalculate sometimes. Let's find the timer for this and let's do 0.5 instead. This could even be 1 second. And then... okay. I think we're getting somewhere. There was something I wanted to do. And I don't remember what it was. Maybe if I hit play, maybe I can remember. Oh, they're kind of clumping up again. Not... It's almost like we need to do a sphere check on them to see if they're like nearby any... Is that expensive to do? I guess because we're only doing it every 0.5 seconds. I don't know if this is the smartest thing to do. Sphere radius 100. Object types, this would just be enemy. Actors to ignore is ourselves. I don't know if there is a self-ignore here, but... if this or this occurs, then we'll rerun the EQS query. Also, what we should do, some timer deviation. Some delay variance. They're not walking too perfectly right now, but don't you worry. We can figure it out. Let me also change up this donut. I don't like the donut having 2 rings. Okay. And yeah, okay. You know, first, how's it going? Okay, I'm sure this will evolve with time. The number one thing we need to put in, though, is a token system. We need to put the token system in. Now, right now, these are like our stupid enemies, right? But what if we tried to, for now... I don't know if speed is a... Let's change their max movement speed to like 600. Let's make it fast as fuck. As dumb as it sounds, would I recommend Suit for Hire? Depends if you're in that style, into that style of game. But yeah, I'm confident. I like my game. But only if you're interested in it, in that type of game. If you're not interested in that type of game, then you might not be into it. You should pull out a paint blackboard. Here are my thoughts on your question. Okay, they're still kind of freaking out a little bit. It's almost like we need to keep track of every time they have a... Every time they set a move location. You know what I mean? Let's do single best item. Let's see how that looks now with a group of enemies. Let's see, we move out of position, what happens? Okay, it feels not bad, even though it's like in its most basic form and they don't have like attack tokens and whatnot, and they're kind of like, you know, they're kind of like moving around in weird ways, but I wonder if we give them a higher deceleration and acceleration that they won't like move as frantically as they currently are. This was something I tried to fix in Shoot for Hire. Just overall trying to... Where is it actually? It's like project deceleration or whatever. Where is that? Project Where is it? Use deceleration. There's like a thing for using deceleration when they're walking. I don't know. Is that a project setting? Deceleration? Huh. I swear it's in here. We're already using nav mesh walking. Interesting. Acceleration values. There we go. Use fixed braking distance for paths. There we go. Okay. I don't remember what the numbers are supposed to be there. Let's see if that looks a little better. So they're not like moving as like weird. Max acceleration, let's do 512. I feel like that looks a little better. Let's look where nav movement is. Where is nav movement? Oh, down here. Used fixed braking distance for paths. Let's try turning that one. Because I don't know what that number would be. Let's change their every 1 second is honestly not that bad in calculate move location. I really don't think we need to do 0.5, but maybe we do. Let's do 120 as the sphere radius. Man, they got some, I don't know how the hell they did like some crazy shit that they did here with like rotated boxes and that's crazy. I don't know. They got some actual programmers. Yeah, they have like this like weird angled box, which is really cool. You know, we'll figure out what works for us, but also at the same time, let me tell you, I ain't no professional. I'm a bit of an idiot, actually. You know, one thing I don't like is they have to move so close just to attack. Let's change their distance. I forgot what I called the thing. Radius. Acceptable. Attack radius. There we go. Let's do 150. So they should attack us from farther away now. There you go. You know, they also don't have any strafing, like, walk anims. So once we put that in, that might look a little better, too. Okay, let's slap a spider in here. Does the spider have the proper properties that we want them to have? You can tell they're kind of going in a circle. They do be kind of going in a circle. So I think what we want to do is add a bit of randomness to the current move location. We're going to add plus vector, please. And then we're going to add a random integer. I wish you could, can we do that in the donut? Man, I wish this had a thing where you could have like randomness. You know what I mean? Because then that way I don't have to like... I don't have to add it after the fact, and then it needs to somehow like hopefully be in an actual navigable location. Whatever. Let's do this. I'm going to multiply by a vector, 1, 1. We're going to remove the z location. And then we're going to multiply by a float value by, let's say, 60 units. So we'll have a 60 unit randomness. Now let's see how that looks. Guys? Guys, the spiders are stuck. I don't know why, but the spiders are indeed stuck. It would appear that their state tree has failed. Why? Why is this thing just break at some point? You know what? If this condition fails, on state failed, let's just go to wait. Let's just go to wait. It's going to wait for a bit, just in case it fails, so it doesn't outright just explode into pieces. I kind of like the spiders, how they're moving around. That actually... They kind of look like crap. That guy's broken. He's brain broken. Okay, the spider broke again. Here, let me help you. There you go. Oh, that's... whoops. Never mind. Wait, what about him? Maybe we can help him. No, he's just gone. He's gone. He's on the deep end. He's on the deep end. That's a bummer. Yeah, the move to target player, they end up breaking. So on fail, I guess we'll just go to wait. And then wait will go to root. And then if this fails, it'll go to wait. I think. If states are working in the way that I think they are. No, they're still breaking. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at these state trees because they're definitely not cutting it. There's something wrong here that is causing them to just break. Could not trigger can completely jump back to root state. Failed to select root state, stopping the tree with failure. So it'll try to enter root, try to select children in order. So I think that's what's going on. So instead we want to try to enter. I guess. Yeah, I guess. What happened there? Nothing. It's empty. There's nothing there. Aha. So try follow transitions? Okay. on state completed. Move to target player. Okay. Nothing. Nothing. We got nothing. Try this. Try enter. When a state is considered for selection, it's selected even if it has child states. Uh-huh. What I'm confused about... Yeah, I'm kind of confused how this works. Yeah. I don't understand. Move to target player. If. Get active location. Current move location. Distance more than 100. Yeah. Uh-huh. So try enter doesn't work. It has to be try select children in order. But then when the root breaks, then it doesn't know what to do. So it's almost like we need to... But I don't want to put weight here, because what ends up happening is when we have weight here... No, not here. Not over here. No. Go outside. Go... There we go. If I have weight outside here... It like sometimes randomly waits. Ow. But maybe it's fine now? I don't know, let's see. I kind of like how the spiders move around like that though. I gotta say, I like... That seems more intended than the grunts doing it. When they're like kind of moving around. That being said, they don't have a strafing animation, whereas the spiders, it kind of looks like that is their animation. So maybe that's the difference. Can you imagine dismemberment with this system? That's gonna look badass. Like being able to like really fine tune your attacks. I think that'll be sick. Yeah, I could see the spiders having more frequent, frantic movement. I could see them, like, having more frantic movement. I feel like that would make sense for them. But I think I'm only... maybe I'm only equating that because it's like, oh, it doesn't look like garbage, so maybe we should let them do it more. Oh my god. Avoid your cone. I could see them being on the peripheral vision. That could be kind of sick. So I guess let's make it so this is a aggro movement query. And then that means let's do this. Find, this is, so we're going to duplicate EQS stupid, find aggro location, crawler. So the crawler will have different rules. We'll want a 0.5 to 0 value for their dot products. And then in theory, float value 0, let's do 0.3. I think the thing is this distance scoring factor is like adding a lot to the value. Oh, wait. I'm fucking stupid, man. I'm so stupid. I forgot to hook it up to the crawler. Why does this happen so often to me? This is so... I forget to hook the fucker up, man. Oh, okay. Now let's see these stupid assholes. Oh, look, they're going towards the outside. We need to give them a larger range because 0 is not enough. So we're going to do negative 0.5 or negative 0.3 and 0.6. You know what I'm gonna do? Donut. Number rings 2. Can I not change the distance between the rings? And then we can change the distance for the spiders. So they stay a little bit further away, but their outer radius is... And then we can give them more points per ring. Wait. Although they're still trying to go towards the center points. And they're also now going inside of each other. What? Excuse me? I never added sex to the game. What the hell's going on? The grunts are going way too far away. $350 and $600. Let's see if that works a little better for them. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I kind of like that. We can maybe make them come up a little bit closer. The spiders are literally they're wait, what's going on with the crawlers? Pawn? Why are they able to run into each other? Wait, how is that happening? How is that actually happening? Wait, how is that actually... I actually physically don't know how that's happening because they're literally not supposed to do that. They're literally not supposed to be able to do that. Okay, all right, interesting. Yeah, that's a thing. Let's change their acceptable radiance to 25. Destination move tolerance. Let's do 5. So I think the move tolerance is like how much they would actually move if their location were to change. Okay, now the spiders are not going inside of each other. He's moving the guy around, man. He's moving him around. They might have something when they attack. They like turn off their collision. I'm noticing that. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Okay, I'm starting to... You know what? Here's the good thing about this. We're starting to get like... It's starting to feel more challenging, but in a way that's not like stupid. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. It's starting to like actually shape up like a game would. Which is a good... It means that we're investing the right amount of time, or we're investing time into the right thing. I think that's what, ultimately, that's what we're coming down to. Okay, good. Yeah, I think we're going in a good direction. It's not there yet, by any means, but just this minimal amount of effort into working on AI behavior, I think it is proving to be fruitful. And it's starting to feel more video gamey, I guess, if that makes sense. One thing we still need, though, is a token system. Luckily, we have the manager component, so now we can just get started on that. And then kind of go from there. It's still not, the query system is still not perfect. It's still not perfect. I will say it's got issues. Like one of the big ones is when an enemy is going to a location and the other enemies are going to that exact same location, they kind of like both try to go to that one location, which is kind of shit. I wouldn't mind trying to find a way to like determine if an enemy is going to a location that becomes like, hey, like don't go there kind of thing. You know what we could do as a really hacky fix for that? We have a component on the enemy character. Whenever they move to a location, we set a sphere there, and that sphere is their way of yeah, literally can do. Hold on. Let's put a sphere, like an actual physical sphere. We're gonna do custom. This is gonna take up enemy with an overlap. This is really stupid, but it's exactly the kind of stupid we need to make this work. Okay, we're gonna make this like this. We're gonna make their location world. Okay. All right. And then when we find an EQS location, we're gonna set the sphere location to that location. Yeah. Oh my God. Don't tell me that works. No fucking way. That actually kind of works. No fucking way. It's kind of working. They're taking their spot. Look. They're taking their spot and they're not like they're avoiding, they're like not. What the shit? Man, how does that, how, it's the most hackiest thing ever, but it works. It's the hackiest thing ever, but it just works. So that's his location. It's not perfect. But you can tell they're like taking their positions and they're not like stealing it from each other. There's a little bit of swapping going on though. Dude, it's the stupidest fix I've ever seen in my life. If it works, it works. Enemy spot locator. We'll call it the spot locator. Yeah, the spot locator. Where is visibility? Cast shadow, no. Visibility, no. That has to be like, listen, I'm known for like doing really hacky shit, but that feels really hacky. But like if it works. There he goes. Okay, but what if we get like, okay, how many number of enemies did we think we would have? That being said, we'd probably have like ranged enemies on screen. Let's get a few more enemies in here. Let's see what happens. Right now they're all attacking, right? So like, it's not like perfect by any means, but and then spiral pattern. Yep. Yeah. We call it the attack reservation system. No, we call it the spot reservation system because they're not attacking yet. They're not doing any reservations for attacking. There's still a lot of like unnecessary strafe movement going on. You know what I mean? There's still a lot of unnecessary strafing. Let's turn off allow strafe. I don't know if that'd make a difference. I don't think it would. Now they're just walking forward and back. So it's kind of it's stupid looking. It's fucking. It's like they're moving like that. See, like right now they're all attacking. We'd make it so only one enemy attacks at a time. We don't have that yet. There's a heap. Does this game have a name yet? No, it does not. Now, are we going to have this many enemies? That being said, currently all of them are set to aggressive. Right? They're all set to aggressive right now, which, like, ideally they wouldn't. So right now, this is the system for when they're aggressive, or they have attack priority. Or not attack priority. They have the ability to attack. We're going to have a different system for enemies that are, like, behind. That are not attacking yet. And they'll have a different move system, I think. God, the stupid spider sounds. I am, okay, unfortunately I am planning on ending stream soon. Is it hard? Is the game hard right now? I would say it's artificially hard. I wouldn't say it's like hard in the sense that it's like difficulty hard. I think it's like artificially. Like we're not there yet. Like we'll have a lot of like difficulty elements later on. But right now I'd say it's artificially. Like not in a way that's like game design meant to be hard. It's just kind of like, oh, they're all attacking at once. And also parries don't really do anything. You're not really rewarded for parries and whatnot yet. So it's just like, it's just a matter of putting the pieces all together. Making it, you know. Making it feel better. You can also see like their hitbox is like really far. So like these are all things that will balance out as I get more of the pieces to play around with. Yeah, so the next piece of the puzzle, which I'm not going to do today, is basically the concept of aggressive versus non-aggressive. So yeah. Looks at the slow-mo when you hit targets, but also stacks Qs when hitting several. Yeah, that is our slow-mo system. I do think I will make it so it's not as intense as you hit more targets. It makes it so when you actually hit a target, like the sword will actually kind of stay in its position. Which is a fun little neat detail. God, why is it when you control Z, it cuts? It actually just feels really good when that happens, to a degree. There are moments where you're like, your entire sword goes off screen, so like that's something I'd like to solve for. But at the same time, something I'd like to do is make it so hitting an enemy causes them to kind of inch their way on screen depending on how off screen they are. I think that would be really cool. So it's like you can kind of direct enemies. That was something that they talked about in the God of War talk, and I was like, ooh, that's a neat idea. I like that idea. Especially in a first-person view where it's like so many things happen off screen. It'd be cool to make it so they kind of get directed on screen. Like, we do launch them in the direction that they're hit. You can see that happening. I want to do, like, more of that. I think that could be really sick. I think Agreem. It's, I think it's getting there. We're getting some of the... I think the prototype, I think we should have a really fun prototype once we get, like, to that point, which is in 20 days. 20 days. What's this game gonna be about? You know, slicey, dicey shit. You know, slicey, dicey spells and stuff. Yeah, roguelite thing. How do you embed that into Notion? I think it was literally just embed /embed, and then there's a what did I do? Oh, I think you literally you get this website, you put a thing in, it'll give you a link, and then you can paste that in, and then there's a way of embedding the actual visuals of it, and it'll embed it in here when you paste. It'll give you like 3 different options or something. And that's what I ended up doing. Okay, so we are slowly solving all of these pain points that we currently have with the gameplay loop. The only ways to deal with the enemy tags is dodging away. We're kind of solving that with a block / parry / whatever we're going to end up doing with like the chambering and whatever. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Very cool. We also have to make it so strong attacks can sometimes stagger an enemy entirely. So like I could see the spider, like if you hit them while they're in the middle of the leap, it has a chance to just stagger them, or maybe even just entirely stagger them, so then that way it doesn't deal damage to you. That's something that happens quite often. And I feel like the strong attack should be able to kind of do that. So yeah, anyways, I'm gonna go. Thanks for dropping by. Have a great day. Have a great weekend, and happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. I only have 90 days until my deadline. I only have 20, so that's until first playtest. And then, yeah. I'll probably spread out the game to people. I don't think there'll be a Steam page, so it'll just be a direct download to just a fucking exe for the game. And then anybody who wants to try it out, I'll throw it their way. And yeah. How do we sign up for testing? I don't know. Just be on the Discord for whenever this time period begins. All right. Peace out, everybody. Have a good one. Have a great weekend. And slowly but surely, we're making some good progress. I think we're making the right choice to focus on the AI behavior. I think that's our big problem right now. But we're getting there. All right. Goodbye.